Hello. It is time. Oh man. Okay. So, I need to get... I'm gonna go ahead and check messages really quick. I don't think there's anything mentioned about this. Yeah, okay. So, independent bodies per mesh asset. Pretty big. So I need to get this commit, basically, put on my version, which this one's probably gonna have, I mean, if it doesn't have conflicts, okay, it does have conflicts. So I get this one fixed. Also, are they like... Yeah, so some of my stuff I can get rid of. He's gone ahead and fixed, I think. Well, I gotta drink some water. He has fixed the index map. Kind of just growing indefinitely. What was I gonna do? Camera just seems to be brighter. Can I make it I can only get so bright before it just becomes like actually just washed out. Okay. I'm just gonna go and edit this and like remove all the comments. This has changed so many times that it's just not even like close to being accurate anymore. Okay. I'm ahead by one commit. Oh, right. Okay, so I need to figure out how to pull these commits over. I think the way that I've been doing it at this point, and the way that I have to do it, is to get the commits over here, and then cherry pick them back. Except to like reset my own branch, because of just the way, I don't know why Git does it. It just drops my commits. It just straight up drops them. So it looks like I might have them all. Okay. Okay, so this one has all the commits that I have. Zombie game has all the commits. Okay. Run git pull, it's gonna say no. Because he always does force push. Which sucks. Okay. So this is just a lie. I run rebase and it just drops them anyway. Interesting. Oh, it's actually trying to apply the commit. Weird. Why does it work this time? Why did it not work last time? Okay, so this is... That was just removing spaces. Which is weird because it's... Oh, I'm removing spaces and I'm adding manual. Okay. So there's that change. So that's in terrain 3D. So I want my version of it. So I think I just want this line is all I want. Just that if statement change is all I want there. Collision. Scrolling further up. Okay. So this is what it was. But the real thing is just this line. So I should just be changing this. And then I take the original lines. Okay. What? Why is it different now? Oh, I guess if it's a change, then it's like my changes that I've made. Okay. No, this is weird. Okay, yeah, I don't really know what's going on there. Okay, so it should just be this line. Oh, this is strange. I know that when I did this, the only changes I should have here would be these lines. So I'm just deleting whatever I have and keeping whatever they have. And then I'm going to go back and look at the current version of the file to make sure that I'm not somehow doing something different. Because this is being weird. I don't know what this is doing. Hey, Yelia. And then this should just be a new function. I don't even know why that's a conflict. That's an empty line. That's literally just an empty line. That's not a conflict. Same thing there. That's an empty line. It's not a conflict. Why does it do that? It's completely stupid. I don't think an empty line, and in fact, actually just nothing there. It's literally saying there was nothing here before and now there's something. That's not a conflict. It's not a problem. Right, and it's trying to sneak one past me here and like not have that line change at the bottom. You are stupid. Git is being really weird. I don't know what it's supposed to like have marked that as resolved. I don't know why it's doing this. I don't know why it's saying I have so many line changes. Entering collision H. You know what? I think I might see what's going on. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to change this line back. Because I think it's just being weird. I think it's just trying to get me to resolve that stuff, but then it's like gonna sweep it under the rug or something. It's gonna fix the fact that I have this insanely large diff for some reason. Yeah, damn it. Let me undo this. Let me undo this. Try that again. I'm just gonna fix the conflicts that it tells me about. Because I think what it gives me is it gives me the current version and then my conflict version and not any other conflicting changes that I actually have. Which is really odd because I fix this conflict and it like throws in a whole bunch of line changes. Yeah, what is this? What is that? I'm gonna fix the conflicts alone. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna do this. No rebase. What are you talking about? Dude, what? So annoying. Are we serious? What is happening? No, 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 no. That's not what I want to do. Okay. All right. This is just crazy. Okay. Tell me there's a library for Vulkan that handles normal maps. Yes. There just is. There just is. What? Here we go. Useless? Sorry. And why does it explode suddenly with this huge diff? I don't understand. And I gotta go fix those because these are not, that's not what they're supposed to be there. I don't understand, I fixed that. I guess I just did not. Everybody should apologize to me every what? Every minute? Okay. I need to delete that setup instance body because it's not a thing anymore. So as far as I could see, the only code that changed was inside of get instance or generate instances. I did not have any code there. So I should not have to worry about the code I've written here because I just call generate instances. Now here's a question. I would just use git commit amend, but I have to cherry pick. Whoa, that's bright. Ah, N. Eh. I can go look at the commits. Cool. Then I probably just have to go and like fix the thing. If I run git status. Yeah, okay. So it's just I just like copied the commit changes in there, but nothing actually is being readied up to send. I want to do this just so that I can have both of these just combined into one commit, because they should be. I'm gonna go fix that spacing. Actually, I think I'll probably fix it in the next one, so I'll just go ahead and do that. All right, so I want to keep pretty much everything from head. I don't want to change anything. Because I believe the only changes I should have in here are just adding the debug thing, the debug printout thing. Which this one stayed in the same place, so that's good. And I guess I'm missing a parenthesis here. What's going on? Weird highlighting. I don't know why the highlighting just broke. All right. That looks good. Nothing else missed? Okay. Okay, so the stage is everything I am changing. So it should look really small. The world needs more of me. Bloodborne now has online. Online? Hmm. Interesting. Alright. It looks like the commit is good now. I do, of course, need to test it to make sure. My stuff should still work. The only thing that should be changing here is... Okay, I need to go get rid of that. That shouldn't be there. What? Train 3D collision. Oh, I actually have to do this. There we go. Huh. Cool. All right. Oh, the message is still here. I guess I can copy this. There's literally just called add manual mode for instance collision. Okay. It should tell me, yeah, that. I'm gonna go back to here. Delete that, delete that, delete that. Okay. Cool. Okay. Now for the fixes. Now that it's all roughly lined up. And there's a mistake immediately. Interesting. Just gonna go get rid of this line that I apparently have made a mistake with. And I will have to fix that because apparently there's a... This looks like a compiler thing, unfortunately. It's telling me it's an ambiguous copy or whatever. Line 1360. Okay. Just gonna make sure that's staying live. So I made a custom server for the PC emulated game. Interesting. Alright, so on line 599, and also apparently line 625. Unused shapes. It doesn't like this. Also, I'm seeing make typed array. The implicit copy assign operator is ambiguous. Typed array. So I don't understand why this was not a problem before. So I guess I need to go see what's strange about this. Because you can do that. You can variant cast to a typed array. That's what happens. So 599, 625. Yeah, I don't get that. So P unused instance shapes. What was wrong with this? Okay, here's the thing. Generate instance data. How does it do this? Or get instance build data. How does it do it? So this is okay. Do I have to specifically say that it needs to be converted? Can it not figure that out on its own? What was written before? Because I think this was really similar before. What was written before? Maybe a better question is, how can I see what was written before? I don't think I can. I think it's like literally gone. Unless he has the history. So I'll try that. So this is generate instances inside the no shapes to recycle. Ah, okay. Yeah. One sec, I'll be back. back. All right. So yeah, it just doesn't like this. Well, okay, I do remember seeing one thing. This make typed array. I saw something in his code. I don't know if it's related to this line. Array make. It's probably not. Never mind. I think here's the thing. Do we modify, if we modify unused shapes, then we can't make a copy. It needs to be a reference. Well, arrays are never actually copied. Not like that. Okay, we start modifying it. So but we do write it back. It does write back. But these two lines are problems. So if we modify, okay, here's the thing. If we modify it, we do write it back. So this kind of completely dodges any of this stuff. I don't know if I can do this. I'm just gonna write it and see if it is okay with that. Because I think that's all it's really upset about, is that it doesn't actually know what to do with this. So I'm gonna explicitly tell it, yeah, I want you to copy that. Even though I was going to copy it anyway, it just didn't know how to copy it. Are we copying it as a variant and then casting the variant? Are we copying it? I mean, honestly, that's the only thing it can do. Or I guess the option is either a variant. I literally don't know what it thinks it's trying to do, but it's stupid. It is stupid. It should be okay with this. It looks like it is. Nice. So the difference between those two lines is obviously a compiler thing. I guess on my side it's a little bit more strict, it seems. But essentially when you would write this line, you give the type and you say equals. it's effectively like writing this when you set it equal to something. So that's why it was fine. I think this is like the standard. That's what this means. If it's all one line. But when it's on separate lines, I don't think the standard has a specific way you're meant to handle that. So it seems like my compiler just was like, hey, do you want to make a copy and then cast it, or cast it and make a copy? Like, I don't understand. Like I said, I think logically there's only one way it can do it. Make a copy and cast it. Or I guess instance from this. I don't know. They got a weird thing going. They get a weird thing going on. All right. Now to test if I can detect whether or not I've collided with a tree. And I guess I'm gonna make a new asset, like a bush or something, and it'll have, it won't live on a layer, but it will live on a, it'll live on a layer, but not a layer that I physically am stopped by. That'd be my test, really. Can I detect if I've walked into a bush? Can I detect if I've shot a tree? Like, that's kind of the idea. Oh, I was wondering why this is loaded. That's the zombie loading that. Okay. Okay. So in theory, I edit this asset and I should have instance collision. Okay, so layer is going to be layer 5. And then I'm not really sure what to do with physics material, to be honest. Maybe what I can do... Well, okay. I think because it's its own body, maybe it'd be nice if I could name the body or something like that. But I think the code should allow me to retrieve the body for a mesh ID. Okay, so it doesn't. So technically static bodies, they don't... What I've done with my modification of the engine is static bodies, the collision mass doesn't really matter. Only the layer really matters for static bodies. So if any body in a contact is a static body, we just check if the the other one, so it could be a static and static, but that doesn't, I think that doesn't happen anyway, but the non-static body compares its mask to the layers of the static body. So the mask for collision layer is kind of free to use. Yeah, there seems not to be a way to know which mesh a contact is happening with, which is probably fine. It might be better to have the mask, or I guess I would just use a new layer. So maybe I would make a layer called tree So when I'm ray casting, I can check if it's in the layer tree, the tree layer, wood layer. Like, I don't... Perhaps... Maybe in a contact, you can retrieve... Let me do ray cast. Let me see. Maybe in the contact, you can retrieve the... You can get the RID of the object. Or I guess you can get the collider. You can get the object. And then from there, it should be a static body, right? It should be created as a static body. Let me look. I mean, it has to be. If it's not, then that'd be crazy if it wasn't. So it has to be made as a static body. Static. This is a bit different though. Because... Oh, no. I run body create. Okay, this should be creating the physics body. Maybe? It is an RID. Because I was going to say, maybe there's a way to get the... If unassociated. It may come back null. At the very least, I should be getting this one. All right, let's just go here. It may not have an association with an object, because I think this is like a Godot object. I should get the RID though. Which then doesn't really help me. I should be able to get the RID and then retrieve from that the layers. Should be able to. I can look at the code to see what they write. Yeah, it should be get collision layers, and I should be able to find it from there. Oh! Attach body, attach object instance ID. I didn't even see that. Okay, so I'll get the terrain. I get the terrain back. And then from there, okay, so since I know it's associated with the terrain, I could grab the mask at that point. And I can use the mask as special stuff. So I was wondering if physics material, I could like name it. No. Also, these are actually collision layers. If I pick one, I have to give it to everything. Ideally, I would have some kind of... Because the tree can change, right? Maybe there's a way I can make a decal that's just like a generic, like white grayscale bullet impact. And you know what? Maybe I'm thinking about this too much. Maybe this is a polish thing for later. Okay. Let me just say for now, I will give this the static layer, and I'm going to give this a, I'll call it test tree, test bush. So this gets the tree. We'll create a new one. I need to go and make a bush. And then I'm going to do the same thing where I make it an area 3D. Right. And then I'm going to put in LOD 0. And this will be a sphere mesh. Material. Sure, that color. I will make it slightly transparent. All right. I get away with like 24 and 12 here. Or even less. Cool. Now what's this? Oh yeah, the collision shape. Will just be a sphere. All right. And there was a height offset, so I want to move this. Move it up 0.2. All right, you know what? Let's make them non-transparent. It's a bit too much probably. All right. Possible cyclic resource inclusion. No. All right, now this one needs to be on only test bush. So it's technically non-collidable, but it still has a layer, so I could still do like an intersection. Finally, some leaves. Alright. Can I walk around? Does it run? I've launched through the world. Is the terrain still at... I may have left the terrain. No, vertex spacing is right. Why am I don't know. I guess I was just throwing myself around, like, forgot to actually reposition myself. Where heaven is. Alright, I can walk through them. The T-posing zombie is somewhere over here. There he is. You know, I swear this horror theme literally happened because someone did this by accident. They just left some entity disabled and T-posing in the sky, and they're like, wow, that's going in my horror story now. That's cool. Alright, I have bushes. I can walk through them. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do... I don't really know what I'm going to do, actually. It might make sense for... Where do these come from? It literally doesn't matter. I'm just gonna put the I just need to run a shape intersection and check if so strata function bush test. I'm just gonna call it bush test, put it at the very bottom of the file. And what it will do is, I think I'm just gonna print out if I have intersected a bush. So layer do I have collision mask, if I could spell right. Okay, so I have this. All right. So essentially I'm going to run this. I'm going to run intersect shape. So checks intersections of a shape using some parameters and limited with max results. So I guess I can do 3. 2 is probably enough. Get like 2 intersections and 2 is probably enough. It's get world 3D direct space state. Okay, so now I have this. Make a query. Physics shape query parameters. Query applied with bodies, and then I would have a mask, which is just going to be the bush. Actually, I think it's probably already set up. Area's false, body's true. And I guess I have to provide... I don't gotta be super serious about it. My transform and the first shape RID that I have. Technically this is wrong, because it's going to put the shape like in the ground and not lift it up to match my actual body. But shape owner, get shape. Something with shape. Alright, I have to go find this because I literally don't know how to use this method. That's not even slightly close to what I was typing there. I really don't have shape. Wow. Seriously. It is RID. I don't know. It's got to be 0, right? I don't have to do that. Its body gets shape. This is so weird. Okay. Implemented a QMap reflections, and it got an NPC in one of the bathroom tiles, and now I'm thinking about making an enemy NPC that can only walk in mirrors. Good luck with that. I mean, you could definitely make it so that the mirror reflects specific objects and the camera doesn't draw that. It wouldn't be that hard. You'd basically just have to make the mirror a new camera. Okay, what else do I need? No motion, just the ID and the mask. And now I have to go look at value 512. Okay. I think 2 is enough. Because I can technically intersect with the ground at the same time, but 2 should be enough. Because I think it sorts it by the deepest collisions first. So 2 should always... You know what? Let me even just try 1. Just give me 1. Wait, what the hell? What? Oh no, I'm doing intersect shape, not collide shape. Oh my gosh. Intersect shape. There we go. This does specifically document that it returns an array dictionary. Cool. Otherwise I can do results 0, and it should give me the RID. I'll just get the RID. I can also get the collider, because it's supposed to be associated with the terrain, so bush. Okay. That should be it. I should get prints whenever I walk into the bush. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I got terrain 3D, which is what I expected to see, and then RID should always be the same no matter which bush I walk into. Yep, it's printing. It just didn't look like it because it's the exact same line. Awesome. Now the ultimate test, touching the tree doesn't do anything. Very cool. Alright, it works. I will leave bush test for now. I'll just leave the function, but I'm going to comment this out so I'm not running it. Write a to-do. Okay. And then I'm just going to change these layers back. So I'm not doing that. And I'll just leave them on static. Because I will have to figure something else out for that. But for now... Well, I said I'd leave them on static. I'm going to leave the... Definitely not put the bush on static. Well, the tree's already on static. I'm going to take them off their special layers. So they're just nothing. That's not correct. Take it off that layer. Oh. And I think there's a mistake. I think you're supposed to be able to turn that on and off. We had to truncate this directory to 1,000 files. 13 entries were omitted. I think... Am I right about that? It is. It should be. Because it should create the body, but I think what's supposed to happen is... The mesh asset was meant to have whether or not collision is turned on. But maybe not. What? Is it supposed to be a terrain asset resource? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong. How did I get there? Okay. Yeah. So this was meant to be a setting. But it looks like he forgot to put it there. Because you can actually, I mean, at least I don't see the toggle to turn that off. Yeah, it's not there. So you missed that. It should have gone here as a method, and it didn't. And it also should have gone as a property, and it didn't. I mean, I know that I know that it's supposed to be that way, so. So let me just check, get instance cells to build, just gets the cells. Genesis build data. Should be checking if it's enabled or not. We check if the asset is enabled, but not. Okay, interesting. All right. Because the only way to turn that off is to remove the shape. Yeah, it's not quite there yet, actually. Because even after you turn that off, so you still have to make the body. But even after you turn it off, you would have to rebuild every cell that's currently built, in case it happens to have one of those meshes. And yeah, there's no checks anywhere if it's actually turned on or not. Right. This is a good test. Let me... Did I delete them from the center already? Yeah, okay. I still don't really want to add these regions back in, though. So... what region would this one be? Suppose if I hit save, it might tell me. Well, I should be able to see, I guess. Should be able to find out just by hovering. So this should be 0. -1, 1 1, 2 1, 3 1, 4 1, 5 1, 6 1. So region 6 1 should be the changed region. -6, -1. So I'm going to quit. And I mean, if I'm wrong, it's not really a big deal. Oh, 05. So I'm looking for 6 and 1. Alright, so I'm just left with that one. So let's see if that loads correctly. I should just have like one region left with any of these assets painted on it. Awesome, and it's the one that I wanted it to be. Very nice. Okay. So I'd just be adding bush test as an example function of what I would do. And then sum of the world. And then I can probably go and add the whole build at this point, maybe. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Interesting. Okay, so I didn't add anything for that. Was it all contained here? Oh yeah, I guess so. It was all just in terrain assets. Okay. Work on terrain asset collision. Bush test code. Assets, generation and unique layers, masks, this material. Proof of concept code that detects when player is in a bush or any physics layer from the terrain object. And a test bush asset for terrain. Cool. All right. Tested a basic bush. Detecting it using collision mask. Bush has no layer. I have my own engine mods to make this work. Godot by default collides if yeah, I guess bush has no layer. Bush has no mask. Player object doesn't scan bush layer. Works well. I did notice an unused member. It was this. Nope. This. Instance collision enabled. Maybe I... I think it could make sense to use in testing, or perhaps to in some game mechanic, maybe it would alter the player's collision. Could probably just be read in during body creation and when getting instance data. but otherwise treated would have to rebuild all active cells if any mesh turned off collision. Maybe it's easier than that. Just remove the shapes by mesh ID. Okay, I don't know. That's kind of all I really need to say there. All right, so have I got everything that I need? Just about. The one thing I would like to have, I'll actually mention this. One thing I would really like to have is to match up the match up the object association with a mesh asset. This would spare having to use I don't know. But for now, it is enough to use the mask. Well, yeah. Actually, no. One thing I would like to have is to match up the object. Have is to match the what was my test? What did my test say? So yeah, match up the shape RID to a mesh asset. And even the exact instance color transform from the region. We could expose some method that accepts a shape RID and returns the index. A shape RID and returns the region, cell, and instance index. think this would be desired by most people. At the very least, for obtaining things like scale and color. Right. Hey. Like scale and color, to decide what to do. Like a vehicle collision, or some decal that needs to be modulated to match the color, or just retrieve some standard impact texture for that terrain asset. For example, a tree should have a wood impact. Or, for example, a shape would match to a tree asset. Or it could match to a street lamp asset. Maybe weird, but valid use of the system. Or some boulders. Right. Because yeah, if I were to paint rocks on the ground and I would like have a rock and a tree, I shoot the tree, I get a shape RID back, and I would say, all right, terrain 3D, what is this? And it will say, oh, that's a tree asset that lives in region so-and-so, cell so-and-so, and its instance ID, its instance index is this one. So you can find its color, its modulation color, you can find its scale, so if it's really big or really small. And yeah, I would just have all that, right? Or if I shoot and I hit a boulder, I'll be like, all right, what's this one? That's going to tell me, all right, you shot the boulder asset, this region, this cell, it's this big, it's got this color. Like that's what I would like to know. At least for like the difference between a rock and a tree, you know. The particle effect difference between shooting a rock and a tree is dramatic, right? The rock, you're probably going to have sparks. There's going to be dust that matches the color of it. A tree, you're going to have wood chips. A little bit less dust, I think. More like just shrapnel. It'll create a much larger mark. So the impact, like the size of the actual texture, would just be larger. Okay. I think that's probably the last thing I really need is to, because if I make the collision and I get the shape RID back, I can just ask, all right, what is this? What is it? Um, I believe the shapes are just like the shape type. That's all we really care about. But I should be given, yeah, the mesh ID is always there. So really what it would map to is just the shape RID. Okay. Apparently I have the verge there. Well, alright, what's the status here? Up to date. So what's the difference? I don't think there really is a difference. I think this is in the state that I want it to be right now. So I'll just push, I guess. Actually, if I look at the code, I think there is a disconnect there. Oh, no, you get the cell position. Right, so whenever we're making a shape, we do literally have this. And the transforms should be all the transforms, I think. So the index of here should match, so X should match. So I should be able to tell it, all right, this RID maps to this mesh. I would really just store the cell position and the index here. So I just have to store 3 numbers. And when I retrieve it, I can, from the index, retrieve the transform of the shape. Well, I guess I don't need to return the transform, but I could return the transform of the mesh of that. I just retrieve the index, so I can just return from the cell position, or well, I have the mesh ID. I can return that, so I can return a mesh asset resource. From the cell position, I can obtain the region and the cell, so I can use that to, and I can use that to index into the instance for that region. I can get the region, and then use the local cell position from cell position still to index using this value and retrieve the transform of the whole asset and the color of the whole asset. Yeah. So the RID index map currently stores an RID body and a shape ID. Okay. I could add it here. And this should really, if I'm going to do it, this should really be made into a dictionary now. An RID to another dictionary. Which will contain its body, its shape index, and Actually, if I think about it, I'd only need a int32 array. The first integer is the first integer is the mesh ID. The second and third integers are the cell position, and the fourth integer is the index, the instance index. Okay. All right. Let's get on that. So I could throw it in here as a packed array, a packed integer array here at the end. Technically, this could all be a packed integer array at this point. Our IDs are an int32, shape index is an int32. So and those should be passed as references? I can't remember. All right, let me look for everywhere that uses I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. I'm going to make a new dictionary. Shape. Shape asset map. Shape RID to a packed. I guess just a vector int. One and two are cell location. 3 is instance index. So I'm hung up a little bit because I know that I'm pretty sure this won't grow. However, I am kind of locking it in to say there are 4 numbers to uniquely identify every single shape, and that is mesh ID, cell location, and instance index. And from those 4 numbers, you can uniquely identify every collidable shape. If I ever add any more information that I may need or want to retrieve, okay, this is what I need to identify it in, this is what I need to identify it essentially to the instancer. These are the numbers that the instancer needs to identify it. Cell location contains both region and cell location and the local cell. So I can obtain the region and cell individually. Or the global region and the local cell from that. But a possible issue is that, and I have this, where I'm just going to be saying mesh ID is the value 0. Cell location is a combination of values 1 and 2. Index is the value 3. That's not very good. So here's what I'll do. I'll do mesh ID int I'll make it a dictionary. I'll go full into the dictionary mode. Which actually, if I think about it, no. I was gonna say if I think about it, there's gonna be a lot of there's not gonna be a lot of shapes. There should be. There could be a lot of shapes. There could. So if I were to use a vector int, that should really save up on memory usage. Because otherwise these are gonna have to be stored as variants, and they will have memory addresses for every one of them. Even the integer, I believe. Maybe it handles it a bit differently, I'm not entirely sure. Go back to this. And it is unlikely to retrieve information about all the shapes. Rather, a few will be used out of hundreds. So packing the data is strongly preferred. I don't need to say that. Has changed. What do you mean has changed? It's so stupid. Yeah, like what changed? Literally what changed? Nothing. Okay. And collision. Return a dictionary. Alrighty. So shape RID, free shape RID. So here, whenever I do this, I should also have to do those shouldn't change, right? I shouldn't have to do anything there. And then I do need to check this. Or get instance build data. Literally what we should do is we get instances and we iterate over the transforms exactly. So the indexes stay the same. Okay, good. Reusable assets has, or recyclable instances has mesh ID. Grab that. Mesh IDs, reusable shapes. So if we ever change a shape, essentially it's, yeah, this data just needs to be written again. I guess what I could do is just at the very end, I just say, as long as there's no like return happening in the shape ID. Okay, never mind. At this point, I have the shape RID and I don't have it anywhere else, so I have to fix it here. Okay. So I will vector int shape info will be shape asset map shape RID Resize to 4. Since I'm going to be writing this a lot, I'm going to make a function for this. What is a shape set data? What is that? Shape set data. What is this? Shape set data. Variant. Oh, this is like creating a shape. Okay. Shape RID, it needs a mesh ID. Cell location. And the instance index. I'll do set instance shape data. Okay. And we'll go at the end of all this. Okay. Mesh ID. The cell position. than the transform index. All right. Oh, that's supposed to be P mesh ID. Parameter. All right. I'm not actually sure if I can access it like that. So awesome. It is. I can access it by X and that stuff. Although I think I probably shouldn't do that. Yeah, I probably shouldn't do that. Because I think technically how unions work is they don't work like this. I can't just... Whatever I write to, I have to read from. So it's writing it as chord. But it's also... I mean, I think it's technically not supported like that. I think it's not. Go in manual now. All right. So yeah, I think I'm supposed to access it by 0 and 1. Is how I'm supposed to access it. So I just have to copy this line everywhere that I want it to go. So shape RID here. I should probably just be looking at every time I change shape RID. We need to set a map entry later when rebuilding. Shapes.pushback. What? Shapes. Active instances array. Okay. Okay. We don't do that here because we just moved it. And then it's just this. Set as a shape that Shape, mesh ID, cell position X. Creating a new one. Mesh ID, cell position X. Hey Furcan, you're still stuck on zombies. What do you mean stuck on zombies? I'm actually stuck on trees right now. And these always use generate, right? I'm never just making a shape. That's whatever. Don't care about that. For the rest of his life, for better or worse. Why there's any problem with it? No, it's just a lot of stuff. Generate, destroy should just call destroy remaining. Set instance will do the same thing, generate and destroy remaining. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. The coding making anything is pretty disturbing. It's going pretty well now. And not only that, I need to clear this along with this one. There should be somewhere where this clears, yeah. Which is weird because this doesn't actually do anything. That doesn't do anything. Yeah, that's a strange method. That doesn't do anything. I have time to work on something and I just made a new product and I'm tired. Alright, then go to sleep. Definitely sleep. Okay, so now I'm confused. Set instance collision dirty, destroy. Which these don't actually do anything. Unless I just don't understand. But nothing even happens. Nothing happens there. None of this is related to instances. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. In fact, that's just kind of a leak. That seems like it's a leak. You haven't removed the shapes. Yeah, something's wrong with this. This isn't right. I have to ask about that. That doesn't seem right. This method doesn't do anything. Well, the one thing it does do is definitely just a straight up leak. This this contains a lot of shape information that we're supposed to free, and we don't free it there. The shapes still exist. And just, you know, for sanity, I'm going to make sure that what I'm looking at is the real thing as well. I've been hit with that before where I mention something and that's not even the real code because somehow my version of it is just strange. I'm looking at the destroy instance collision method, and it looks like it actually just leaves all the active shapes in the world and only clears the cache without freeing the shapes before calling. Without freeing the shapes before that, it looks like a leak to me. Is this correct? And he was just typing a message at the same time. You should be able to get the mesh ID from the body map. Not sure about the other stuff. You could also look at the asset picker, which queries the instance DB based on location. You can also return a dictionary with the mentioned data. Okay, I'm just gonna send that, and then in response to this, I'm gonna track shape RID to mesh ID cell location. Should be enough to pull anything a user would want. When retrieved via the method, the cell location will be split into region and local cell position, which matches the instance DB layout. Yep. I'm going to track a dictionary from shape RD to mesh ID cell and instance index. Should be able to pull anything user would want. When retrieved via the method, the cell location will be split into region and local cell position. Yep. Okay. All right, and camera's dark. Okay. Yeah, this doesn't do anything. This just straight up leaves the cells there and just clears our knowledge of those cells, of the shapes. In fact, I don't even need that. I can just do this. There's no need to retrieve it to do any of that. That's unnecessary. Just make a new one, resize it to 4, set every value, and then apply it to the map. And then I would need the public method, get instance information. Yep. And then I gotta make the method. This should be const as well. And not. Okay, cool. I was checking to see if he had any ideas on that. He just reacted with a thumbs up, so. Awesome. And I do have to code defensively, though. If the size is less than 4, then I have a problem. Okay, so otherwise, Mesh ID. Data 0. Region. And I guess I can actually pull the region itself, can't I? Yeah, I should be able to pull the region itself. So let me go up somewhere around here. It's probably in... It's probably Recycle might have the better one for me to look at. Just keep scrolling. Alright. Let me collapse a bunch of this. So yeah, region location is this, and then cell location would be this. All right. Right. Cell would be equal to vector data 1, data 2, region location will be vector 2i of this over cells per region. And then I'm just going to have to copy that because I don't remember exactly. Region size over cell size. And then region size. Okay. This is what I want. So all the debug mesh stuff can probably be combined. So it would be this. I don't think I should need anything else. And then cell size. Should actually just be this. Okay. Cool. And then I want to get the region pointer. So if I don't have a region here, I am going to say cannot get region for cell at cell returning null for the region. I mean, actually, I don't want region pointer. I need to return it as a ref. That has to be a ref. So I have to do just get region. Actually, yeah. So yeah, that actually doesn't change. Here it is, this one. So location will be cell. Location. The actual read. And I guess I really don't need this. I'll just provide that. Because you may not necessarily want to access that. And if you do, you need to handle it yourself if you're like trying to load an invalid region or something. Whoa, data 3, not data 4. And I'll put this down at the bottom. Right. Okay. So from that, should be plenty. I'll join those together. They are pretty similar. Or all related, I guess. And then supposed to access this as a const. I should be writing that as a const. Um. Okay, so in reply to my concern about the destroy instance collision just doing nothing, says we should be looping through the bodies array and freeing all their shapes, then the body itself. He says he's going to look in a bit, so he's probably got it. Okay. Shape asset map. Users are expected to use the colliding shape RID from relevant physics server 3D calls. Shape RID from collision queries to obtain specific instance information. Via the new method. Method returns enough information to uniquely identify an instance in just the shape. Such as mesh asset data and instance transform color data. Okay. All right, so now I rebase, nothing there. And then look at the log, add method to retrieve, cool. Now, did I spell everything correctly? No typos. Damn. Oh. Well, yeah, that's just straight up a typo. Okay. All right. Build. Okay. What don't you like? Cannot. What? Cannot assign a return. Cannot assign to return value because function operator returns a const value. Oh. I think I get it. How did I do that? I just like wrote it stupid. I think I just wrote it as a const. And I shouldn't do that. Whoa. What? Wait, what's the problem? I don't see it. There's actually a lot of issues, apparently. Cannot assign to return value because operator returns a const value. Interesting. So how do I modify a vector? Oh, okay. I can use set. But yeah, this operator returns a constant value. The right proxy doesn't, but I have to get a right proxy. So I'd have to do like this, I think, or something like that. It's like a get writer or something. It's a bit weird how they write this. I guess the intention is so you don't accidentally modify something. You have to use the methods. All right. So I have to use the methods. I don't see... Weird. Weird. Weird, weird, weird. Oh. Oh. It has right. Okay. So do right. Ah, I see, I see, I see. Okay. So I have to do dot right. Okay. That's what I'm meant to be doing. Alright, still doesn't like something. setting it to shape info. No known conversion from vector to variant. Really? Alright, so let me find an example where Godot returns a dictionary that contains a packed array. Because they definitely do. Yeah, maybe I can just scan the whole repository for packed and 32 array. Or I guess actually I'd be looking for vector int. It's close. Oh, this is it. But they just do it. They literally write this. A vector of 0.2. Why are they allowed to write this then? And I can't write that. Vector of 0.2. What is a vector of 0.2? This would need to exist inside a variant. Packed int 32 array, which is a vector of int. Oh, vector int32t. That's what I'm missing. It's that. No. Which one am I on right now? Probably the wrong one. Alright. int32. Okay. Now the get is specifically meant to return this. So I gotta make sure down here I do the same thing. Okay. And then up here, I will specify this is a int32t. Okay. And now I should be able to figure that out. I guess I could write that it's a... I'll write that it's a packed int32 array. Because doing it the vector route, it's a type def, right? It's literally just a type def. I should be using the type def and not that. So there's no way it could be wrong. Oh, man. Okay. Please no typo. No member named right in packed int32 array. Are you kidding me? What do you mean? What do you mean? Typedef vector int32t. Packed int32 array. Vector. Public. Yeah, I don't get that one. I don't understand that one. I really don't understand that one. So, is it because the public API that's not in there or something? Like that's what's going on. It's not actually there. It would be in core. It's not in core. Okay. Find vector. Where is vector.h included? Array includes it? Damn. Okay. So very annoying. All right. Well, I should be able to treat this as an array. So what do I get from an array? I guess. I probably should be using maybe the... Let me look for this. You know what? I think what I want to do is I just want to write it like that. I just want to write vector in 32 and just write it like that because that's... I'm just going to write it as a vector. This should give me what I'm looking for. Yes. Yes. And I will update it here. Very annoying. Okay. It better not tell me write doesn't exist, because it does. That's the only way I can write to it. And if not, then I have to go, I'll go back to packed in 32 and I'll just use dot set. But that's so stupid. I can just use write. I don't need to call a function. Please. Please. Oh. No, that doesn't make sense. It says AKA int. So that's weird. Because then what is the packed in 32 array? What's that? What's a packed in 32 array? I don't understand. This is incredibly annoying. All right, I'm just going to use set. We're just going to use set. I sent you some in Discord. All right. I will look. Okay. It builds. Cool. Why is it so dark? It's just so dark. Why is that corner of the room so red? You can't see it. In the camera, it's like really... Maybe it's... Oh no, I made it so bad. 1 second. I just like smeared the camera so bad trying to fix it. It's not a smut. I don't know why it's red. Like I said, you can't see it. It's out of the. It's cropped out, but there's just a part of the camera where it's incredibly red in the top corner. It's small, yeah. Well, it's just not. It's cropped out. Okay. Enable DLAA. I don't know what that is. But this is built. So I'm finally in business. I've kind of forgotten what I've been doing. I remember what I'm doing. So I should be able to run my test code again. But I should be able to get that dictionary back. So I'll just print out the dictionary from that call. One second, I'm gonna turn my heater on. Okay, I was about to say, I wonder if I broke something because it was taking a really long time to load. That was so much longer than it should have taken. That should have taken no more than like 5 seconds to load that, and that took like 10, 15 seconds. Okay. So I'm just going to bring back bush test. But of course I also have to turn on the bush layer again. Just go put it on 10. Should save. Oh man, this player class is going to be a total mess forever. It's never going to get fixed. It's going to be 2,000 lines. I think at some point this class is going to get to 2,000 lines. NVIDIA's anti-aliasing with no upscaling. Okay. Intersect shape. And then this is supposed to return to me the shape index. What? Shape index. Shape index. I guess I can get this shape from the shape index. This is a bit weird now. I thought I was getting something else. So physics server. Body get shape. Bush intersection collider ID or RID. And then shape. So I will say turning 3D. I'm gonna do terrain, collision, get instance information, shape RID. What's the problem here? No problem. All right. Now what happens? Index 9. I touched a different one. I should get a different index, right? 1. 7. And it says it's type 1. 6, 2, 13, 0, 18. Awesome. 14, 20, 11. There's bushes on the trees. Zombie. $12. Funny. That was a different cell though. So I'm just trying to walk away to get that to delete, and I'm gonna walk back. Do Epstein distraction drop. Zero, 4, 2, 3, 8. Well, this works. That works. Very cool, very cool. I'm glad that works. Honestly, I was thinking it wouldn't work because you get a shape index. But the intersection RID and the shape, this is enough to get the info back. Yeah. The object, so the object association, the collider and the collider ID, those are associations. The RID might be a bit of a mistake. It should say the intersecting bodies RID, not the intersecting objects RID, because definitely collider RID and the RID there are different. They must be different because the terrain has its own RID for the floor, and there's a different body entirely for that mesh asset type. So you call get shape with the RID in the shape, and you pass that to instance information, and you get that, which is exactly what I should see. And this would be enough to grab the region, grab the cell, use that index to get either the transform, so you know where it is. Maybe you don't really need to care about where it is, but you can get the scale, the rotation. Those things might matter. You can get the mesh type, so you know from here, all right, I know that my mesh ID 0 is tree type A. I know that mesh ID 1 is bush type A. I know that mesh ID 2 is a boulder. You could even get from just the mesh ID to access the mesh asset, grab the scene file, and maybe the scene file contains some information that you have stored there. Cool. Okay. This is epic. Okay. Very, very cool. I wouldn't say they forgot something. I am pretty sure everything releases exactly what they want us to see. There's no way Trump would be unaware of a single mention of him. He would have seen every single mention of him and all of it. And if not, then I think that's like really stupid on his part to not look at every single mention of himself. Because I mean, I think that's why it got delayed. Like, he wanted to release it immediately, and then I think people were like, hey, by the way, you're actually in here. And it's like, oh, all right. But I don't really want to discuss that, I guess. I would definitely hesitate to use the word forgot and mistake. They've had more than enough time that they shouldn't be making a mistake. Alright, cool. Test worked. I will go back and comment this out again, though. Right, that's fixed. Okay. All right, cool. Status. Get push. All right, now I get to tell him I did the thing. All right. Oh, balls, I just force push, not realizing you had also done some updates. I hope he's not talking about me. Did I mention exactly how I did this? Okay, whatever. Right. This guy's got to stop with a force push. He's using force push too much. Okay. So I said I have manual mode and the extra instance data tested on my side. Commits are on the PR to your branch. Check them out when you can. Using RAD and shape index, I can get the shape RAD and pass that to terrain, collision, and get everything about the instance I intersected. Cool. Okay. All right, I mean, I think that's like all I need now, right? Would I need anything else? Let me check that I have. This is also up to date. Cool. All right. Would I need anything else? I mean, I can literally get like that. Like I collide with this and I have everything about it, right? I have the mesh asset ID, so I could even, like I said, I should be able to retrieve this resource from terrain and then go into the scene file and get, like, it's user space there, right? I can put whatever I want there. I have my own target system set up, or well, it's supported, so I can call set instance collision. I pass the cells, and on my side, I just compute that by, you know, moving guys around. The guys move around, and then it updates, right? So if I take the player, move them over here, cells are loading. Zombie, same deal. He moves around, he loads cells. And if I do array cast, it is instant. So whenever I call set cells, it's instant. There's no delay. So whenever I do array cast, and I think I'm gonna leave that out at this point. I think because what is this, day 10? I'm on day 10 here. Yep, day 10. So I have today, tomorrow, and then I technically have to be done tomorrow. Technically, the time I set for myself is I have less than 12 days, which means if I hit 12 days, I'm not. I'll try to show this. I don't, less than 12 days. So this should be good. That should be. I don't have this. I don't have this. I do have this. I have this part. So I think I'm going to edit this. So goals, indie game awards disqualifies Claire Obscure due to Really? Really? Also, letting it be in the indie game category feels wrong. I think we need some better definitions for what an indie game is, because I don't think that game should count as an indie game. There should be a monetary value. A monetary qualifier. If your game costs so much money to produce, it excludes it from being an indie game, no matter what. And I think that game definitely passes a pretty high bar. AA, they even said it themselves. Yeah, there should definitely, we should not be putting that game in the same category as an indie game. I think there should be a team size limit and a financial limit. And they should at least be high, so as not to exclude someone who's something like 5 where I'm like, okay, well, I made the whole game, but I hired 5 voice actors, right? How do you count that? We already have that AA. Well, definitely, that game should have never even been considered for any indie game anything at all. Even they're calling it AA? Yeah. I mean, it's not just what they call it. I mean, the Game Awards, Best Indie Game or whatever the category was, it should have not have been in that category. There should have never been a question. It should be like, hey, is this an indie game? No. No, it's not. Indie Game Awards disqualifies, it shouldn't be in the Indie Game Awards. You may as well have something called games made by one person disqualifies Halo Infinite, because I don't know, they grossed so much money. I can't even think of a comparison, I guess, but it's they're just qualifying it for something that's not even what should be disqualifying it. But also that's funny about generative AI. Okay, goals. I gotta take the dog out. He definitely doesn't have to go, but I'm gonna take him anyway. So I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. What kind of message is that? Why would you type that? Well, the dog did have to go. In fact. So, maybe I can go back to auto. And it literally didn't change. Interesting. Sorry? Yes. You should be sorry for typing that. So goals. Dynamic collision around target entities. Can differentiate between assets. Spell that word correctly. And then hundreds of thousands of instances. And then instancer tool to place regions with asset types. Can move individual instances. Okay. So it's looking like hey, Alchemy. I pretty much have I have today and maybe the first part of tomorrow to make my instancer tool complete. And if I'm not there, I'll have to go manually paint everything. So the big parts, which is just the dynamic this and that, those are in. And they're officially supported to an extent. Enough that I can use them. Hundreds of thousands of instances, this will be an optimization thing. I just have to make sure that I have good LODs. And good densities. Which the instancer tool should help with density a lot, especially with the grass. How do you get on with convincing them or Terrain 3D to do a PR? I've got everything I want. Pretty much my side of it is all good. Like I was just saying, the things that I wanted to be official, which is dynamic collision, so I can have a manual collision collision mode. I can pass in the cells that I want, and then And then this part, the code is all there. It's just really waiting for review and hopefully just to be included as it is, because I think it's good. I mean, obviously I wouldn't submit a PR where I think I need to like modify it later or submit code that I think needs to be fixed later, but it's good. So yeah, the instancer tool that I need is going to be the big thing. Can move, scale, rotate instances, place regions with asset types, set assets, densities, transform options, etc. And click populate, basically. So this is the first one I gotta get done. This one's gotta be done. Can move, scale, rotate individual instances. I can figure that out later. It shouldn't be too hard. I think it would just be like tracking a map. What? Twitch is just broken, is it? It just said. Okay, well. I don't know what happened. I don't even know how I can check. I literally don't know. All right, so thanks for subscribing, right? That's yeah. I got no notification, no alert. Twitch is busted. Yesterday someone followed it and never sent the alert. Yeah, thanks for this up. Can move, scale, rotate individual instances. What else? Maybe I should just read the text up here. Can add, remove instances. And then when firing a weapon, this is the last thing I want. Enable collision for distance cells when firing weapons. So raycast can collide with our objects. What is happening over here? Alright, so that one's done. That one's done. And the rest are not done. Okay. So that's my task right now. Is now pretty much I'm just done here now. Close. Also, this toolbar thing is a bug. It's currently always visible. I don't know why it comes up visible. I guess it's probably something here with set visible, or maybe if I look at their code. I don't know which one of these it is. I was going to say if they set their visibility to be... They don't. Is it UI? Okay. It is this. Alright. Terrain menu. Menu. Okay, so they do hide it when it loads. Alright. So I'll go here. When I add the toolbar will be hidden. I guess just visible false. I could probably just have to hit reload project to see that. All right, it's not there. I click, it's there. Cool, okay. All right. And apparently I changed these files. By mistake. Okay. Is that it? Okay. Add character player. Okay. Oh, no, I do want to add these both together, actually. I don't know what I'm thinking. Okay. Add instance info to push test method. We should just call this updates. Update during 3D bin for instance collision or instance information method. Info method. Also add info test or info to push test method in player. All right. Cool. Okay. Fix toolbar, visibility. Okay. Now I'm all up to date. And now I will get to keep working on this. So the very next thing I need to be able to do is, I guess, move up. I guess, yeah, I basically have to get this working. So I'm going to keep sticking with the fact that I can't really, you know, update regions correctly. I think I'm going to go ahead and get rid of these markers. I don't think I need these here anymore. And apparently animation node tracks, even though I don't have a single animation node anywhere here, and I've never even opened that on this. Odd. Okay. So I have this thing that shows up. I can click, I can add the triangle, I can click and drag. And I guess essentially what I need is I need to be able to what do I have to do? I might have written down something somewhere about how this will work. Alright, let me make it simple. So I'm going to add a button here that will I guess I should probably move the buttons up top. So I'll add a button that will just fill regions. This isn't really correct. It'll essentially be per region. I would click the region and I have a region selected and I would click like, maybe I should make it a tool button up here instead. All right, yeah, forget that. I'm gonna make it a toolbar button. So the button group for selectable stuff, but what I really want to do is I want to have, how do they do the separators here? How do they do this? I can go look and see exactly how they do that. Because I had to look, I looked at that to find out the theme that they use. So I guess what I can do is I can find that theme and flat button. I should just be able to search for this. I think it's... Is it no 3D editor plugin? No. Scene tree dock? Is this all 200? So I think it's probably in here somewhere. But not, because it must be node 3D. Maybe it is this one. Oh, this is it. This is it. They add a V separator. That's all I do. Okay. Does the main menu box... Main menu H box. Main flow. H flow. Toolbar. Margin. Margin container. BBC is this. Okay, I'm gonna assume it's just a V box or a V separator is all they're using. Maybe it should be on the side, because I think on the side I would have the instance node selected, and when I pick a region, it should show me information about that region. So I would say, or maybe I could do it like Terrain 3D and put something in the bottom here, like this, so I get a menu where I can do stuff. They also do this where you click edit and they open it. Okay, well I have to click edit again. And they open this. I don't really like that. I think I would definitely rather have something like this at the bottom, where I can set the density or whatever. I'd set stuff like this. Definitely not like this, but similar. Where do I want it to go? Idea number one is I just have the array of regions just listed here, and each region will allow me to have settings on it, so I can say, here's all the meshes that I want you to put in here, and here's the density I want you to put them at, separation, things like that, random rotation scales, height offsets. So to modify a region, I would have to select it, somehow show that here, or maybe there would just be like an uneditable field that says you've selected region ID 2, and I would have to scroll through and find 2. That doesn't sound very good. I can definitely set it up so that I could see all the regions, but then I have a section that is specifically the region I have selected currently. And I can definitely make it so I have like update property list, and it will, I can provide some region specific properties. And then on the set property listener, and then on a set property, that one sounds difficult because that's a lot of setup to make that work. And perhaps it could be better that I just store the regions here. So train instance node will store the regions as nodes underneath it. I think I definitely want to split between the regions that physically exist and their options. So I could just have like a generic forest region settings, and I can make 10 different regions around the map, and they all just share the same settings. So I click populate, and they will all look exactly the same, or have the same distributions, same meshes, and things like that. All right, I need to think about it. I will be right back. I'm back. I've got food. I really don't know how I want to represent this. I think it'll be nice if no matter what, on the inspector side, I have every region, minus the ability to modify their triangles or build them or anything like that from here. At the very least, I would like that, I think. And then perhaps I will do something like this. I'll have a drawer that I can open up. So when I have the region selected, I can modify its settings right here. You gonna die in Minecraft? Nope. I don't die in Minecraft. Alright. So there was... this, I guess. I have not looked at the marathon thing. I was really only interested in marathon because it was... No, what? What? I copied the wrong link. I already saw this one. I was only really interested in marathon because it was Bungie. Zombie mode. Is there is this just what is it? Selection bias? Is it some kind of bias? Observation bias? Whatever it is? Or is it just too many zombie things are happening? In like the last 3 days or something, I saw 3 different, including this one, now 3 different zombie type stuff. Alright. You selected them? Maybe. Bigfoot just ran by.
Suddenly, nothing's quite the same. Just look around you. See all the hearts aflame.
Okay, we just took a detour to Fallout for a second there. Hmm. What is this? There's a photo of him being photographed, which I'm assuming this photograph is a public photograph. I do have to prune my own recommendations though. Um, to make sure I'm not getting things that I really should not be, don't want to watch on this account. Already clicked that guy. Cool. Wire doesn't do. I mean, I think I need to avoid it, but they do. Things I don't. That okay? That doesn't make. Like I said, they had so long to prepare everything, and that image, this image is literally nothing. That's literally a nothing image. Okay, Epstein has a photo he took with Donald Trump, probably. Why is that a problem? Why do they need to remove that one? It's also very likely, this is a common theme, someone who does not like Donald Trump did this to make it look bad, even though this is like literally a nothing picture. That's literally a nothing picture. First of all, this is nothing. Second of all, there's no need to delete it because it's nothing. And I think the fact that there's no reason to delete it, to me, makes me think someone who doesn't like him is deleting it to try and make him look bad. Yeah. It's not the content that we're concerned about. It's the fact that it was deleted, right? But it's not like, guys, look at this image. It's super incriminating. It's like, it's silly. Like I said, they had more than enough time to make sure anything that they don't want to be in there is not going to be in there. So I think at this point, anything being deleted probably means someone doesn't like him and is in charge of it and is deleting it to make him look bad. By removing literally nothing. Anyway, I don't want to talk about that. That's not zombie game. This was a cool trailer. It looks goofy. I don't know if they meant to do it on purpose. This is really silly. I would have liked to actually be able to see these zombies. I don't know what's going on with the quality of the video, because you actually don't get to see them, strangely. They're always silhouetted or very dark and far away. I mean, I guess that's typically a thing you do. Don't show the monster in a horror game. But where was it? There was a clip where they like literally, was it on the side? It looks like they're like Frankenstein, like they've been stitched up or something. The game that started this realistic body cam trend is finally in production. Cool. I wonder if when they release that, like, basically tech demo trailer, if they just didn't expect that many people to really be interested in it. So when a lot of people were, and it like literally became a viral video, basically, with people saying, "No, this is pre-rendered. This is this was filmed and edited to make it look like it was a game." I wonder if as soon as that happened, the person working on it was like, "Oh damn, I have a golden goose. I need to try and collect investment money with this instead of making the game." I wonder if that's what happened and why essentially body cam has kind of replaced it. Because even I was confused. Even I thought at one point that body cam was the game that was originally shown. It's not. It's a completely different game. Pretty much either made simultaneously or, because that can happen sometimes, there's been discoveries in like science that are like made simultaneously but just published at different times. So this game was already kind of being made, or it just started as soon as that went viral and they're like, all right, let's make ours. But this is a different game. Like, is that why it's like literally a different game has basically been released at this point, and they are just still like one video, 2 videos maybe? Because I saw the interest and we're like, all right, well, instead of making the game, I want to make $1 million and then make a game for way less than that and pocket all the cash. Is that what's going on? I don't know. With Tencent, they must have shopped around, right? It wasn't like, let's get a good investor. It was, let's get the best one we can find. Who's going to give us the most money? It's probably. And I guess also with Tencent, the cheapest labor, too. Alright, now I know another word. They look like Outlast enemies. The zombies look like Outlast enemies. Like they're really close to people, but they don't really look like people. And I say they definitely don't look like zombies. God of War and Spider-Man share the same engine. I mean, if you have a big enough game, you should have your own engine. Or at least a base of some engine and your own modification on top. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright. Now, how do I set this up? I think I should just do a dock at the bottom like this. Okay. Here is a reason not to. I have to fully make my own UI here. Right. Like, I won't get any help from the inspector. Using a different engine. Was that a kite? No, it's two triangles. It is two triangles. Skate car and a giant mecha Gundam kite. This game is shaping up to be a Kojima level. No. All right, I'm gonna say no. I could. The FPS shooting car you fixed? I did fix that. Your weapon is now hidden when you go in the vehicle. Hmm. That's just a generic non-Kojima game. What? I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm now being blasted with light. Okay. Do I use the dock? Do I not? Because really what I would need I need a button to... I need some way to set settings. I need to be able to set a bunch of settings. Per region. Well, not per region. I'd have like region settings as a resource. And a region can reference those settings. Then I need the region to have a button that's like fill region. Clear region, fill region, whatever. Those buttons, the fill, the clear, could go at the top. Could just be a button says region, I click it, fill, clear, whatever. Any messages? Nope. How to do settings? How do I select a region if there's no triangles? I could select a region that has no triangles if if they were nodes. They could be nodes. But I think as soon as I go beyond 10, there's too many. So I couldn't... I shouldn't do it as nodes because if I have more than 10, and they all have to display simultaneously in the same hierarchy, it gets bad. I can't organize them. I could allow myself to organize it, so I could make a new node type just called train instance region. And the node will just look at all of its children and pull out all the regions and manage those. That could work. Could. And then I can organize it however I want. I could say, all right, here's my forest nodes, and then I have like, or here's my forest patch A nodes, and I would forest A, forest A1, A2, A3. And then I could click them here, and I get all their settings right here. I could have my buttons here, clear, fill. I think that's it. 5 viewers. I am literally I was sitting here like completely quiet for so long. Alright, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Instance region is going to become a node. And instance node regions will be still this. It won't be an export though. And then I don't need active region anymore. There's no such thing as that. So when I can do update regions. I need this now? No, you don't. And I can track if I add regions to myself. Whoa, sorry. I can track if I add regions to myself. I think... Is there child entered tree? I'll just leave it as update regions. And if I add a new one, it can scan up the list and try to try to find a parent. Maybe it should be this one. So this will be called, because that is a parent, this should be called before the parent's ready, but after the parent has been added. Yeah. It literally says right there. If they notice children, their ready callbacks will get triggered first, and the parent node will receive the ready notification afterwards. No, but I think it should be in the other order. This one should look for the children. And I'm gonna do like a visitor list thing. I don't know. Be bright right now. I don't like how bright that is. Okay. Children. Take the one off the front. I'm going to say if child count is greater than 0, append array that. That's very that's a very funny message on the cracking group forum. Apparently this game had Unova. We missed it on our list, probably because of lack of interest. Okay. No one wants to play this game, but you can play it now. Yeah, why is this so bright? Do I have to drop it? Like... whatever. Then if the child is for an instance region, add the child. Is a node, so it can't be... Yes, it can. Yes, it can. Yes, it can. Oh, it can. Cool. Region's clear. Okay. So it should get everything. Even nested children that are the same type. But also child instance node is self. Okay. Now, I'm going to assume there's some things here about things entering the tree and moving around. I'm not going to worry about that. I'm just going to clear, rebuild. That's it. Add region. there should be no need for these anymore. These methods just go away. And these buttons will go away. But it will have a button for update regions, which will just call update regions. And so I can check when a node is added. Otherwise, if the node is a terrain instance region, I want to check if any of its ancestors are me. So I think get tree. Scene tree is a nope. Okay, scene tree I think does have like the top node though. The current scene. And this is tree. Yeah, okay. While node and node is not equal to top. What is this? Top level? I don't know what it is. Okay. And then a node will be equal to node which I guess I actually, well, actually put in here. If node is a terrain instance node, we'll be done no matter what at this point. So then if the node is us, then wrong way around. Get parent should return a node. Yeah. If next is this and next is us, then node. That still doesn't work. Okay, fine. Node, instance node is us, and return. No matter what at this point. If we hit a terrain instance node, we're definitely done. It's either us or it wasn't. And then we keep going up. And then I guess I would actually probably keep a max counter here, so I will allow myself to go up 7 times. So I can have a limit in case there might... It shouldn't be possible. I think it's not possible. I think it prevents you from doing it, but if there's recursion, this would break. This would forever go and never stop. So, City Transport Simulator? Really? Oh, also, I'm pretty sure... I'm pretty sure it's always a net loss. It's always a net loss. If someone wants to play the game, they're going to go look to buy it first. They just will. And they say, well, I can't afford that. And at that point, they have to decide, okay, well, I'll pirate it, or tough luck, I'm not going to play it. They removed your new and listening, or they lost a lot of money. Yeah. Also, perhaps I should actually run this up here first. Because I definitely don't want to track a terrain instance region. Even though I make it a node, so it's not a node 3D, so I can't like move it and transform it around. And I think maybe what I'll do for this one is I'll match it like, Terrain 3D does, where you provide a file path and it saves to that location. I think I can even probably use terrain, this folder as well. I think I will. I think I will use that. So I will create a... This is in a resource, which is wrong now. Should be out here. This will be... If I could type. And it will simply save these. Yeah. So these can then be saved as .res, so they're smaller. And then this will have a I need to have some kind of ID system. So the region, when it's loaded in, it will go to the node and say, hey, I want to save, or here's my ID. Give me my data, basically. And node will say, all right, we're using terrain 3D. Here's the terrain. This is where its data is saved. I'll grab your data and return it to you. Essentially, is what will happen. So no hint and no editor. Train instance region data. Okay. I should be able to alias this, I think. So I'll do region data, and I'll have okay. Can I do this in one line? I can. Awesome. Sweet. Okay. This might be too slow, actually. So I'm going to change it up. Okay. And these are always by reference. They should be. Okay. Oh, so yeah, there should be like region data clear. Let me rename this. Alright, I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay. Does this make sense what I'm doing? Storing region data separately. Yes, because I need to head the node. And I don't want the data to be stored in text. So what I'm doing makes sense. I'm doing the same way that Terrain 3D does it. Their node stores all of its data in binary resource files so that your scene can still be text. This can all probably just be one line. It's not that long. It's a 2-line function, basically. So it's not even that big of a deal, I think. Okay. Sort indexes uses get vertex. Okay, that's how that works. All right. All right. All right. Oh, it has to grab region data somehow. So I think it should just be that when the node has this, the node's gonna check each region ID, and if the region ID is 0, it's got to create one. It's got to create a region ID. So on node added, maybe I do. Is this an? Yeah, this is not an export. That's just. Regions append. Oh, I didn't do regions append. Okay, so I'll do. I think I need a method here. Just because I have some stuff. I have a few things I need to do. Kind of like this. this line and this line. And then I do if region ID is 0, and you do create a region ID. But I do have to make sure I don't use an existing one. Alright, so I'll use a map. And then, I'll do a while true. Round integer, unsigned 32. Use remainder to obtain a random value. What? Use remainder. What does use remainder mean? Does that mean it uses a remainder? Why is that important to know? Oh, I guess they mean the modulo. Okay. But I think I can probably just use RID. Right. Actually, I don't think I wanted to do that at all, in fact. Because that's gotta be incorrect to do that. Okay. Then we assign it. Otherwise, I have to check. If I have this, it's a problem, I think. Yeah, this is a problem if I have this. I shouldn't have it. Whenever I'm assigning a region, every region should be coming to me with a totally unique ID. There should be no blending. should be no mixing happening. Mixing plane. It should not be possible for two regions to be added and then share the same ID. That shouldn't be possible. If I've given it an ID as the parent node, I know for a fact I've given it a unique ID that I don't have any, that I don't already have, that I haven't already given out. Okay. And regions should only be in. Okay, I guess it's technically clear. So this happens, I'm going to do a push error and say and then return. I will not assign it if that happens. So then from the ID, I will then do region IDs, set and just null. I don't really care. I'm using it like a set. I could store the region itself, but I don't think I need to do that. So now that I've got the region ID, well, I mean, that's just fine, I think. If we have terrain, the region data. If not, be assigned later when the terrain is available. And then update regions would run this as well. Okay. So I need to make a function that will load this. Why is this a return here? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Um, this would be a problem. Right. If this is the case, it's probably, yeah, like terrain data. Or I guess data directory. Let me look at that. Yeah, cool, really simple. All right. So data directory. Let me go look at the code to see how they use this. Underscore data directory. Underscore initialize. Data save directory, data directory. Okay. Load directory. Util get files. Okay. Get files. Directory. Oh, they do directory plus. Okay. So they specifically use this as that. All right. Util get files. Directory access open. Get files. Trim suffix remap. Interesting. Match in glob. Okay. Okay, so data directory I will be appending to it. Data directory. Add that. And then What would I name this file? I guess I would name the file like instancer or something. It's like resource loader exists with a specific type hint. Okay. Yeah, okay. I was just thinking about the idea of this. Should I just use an incrementing counter? I don't think so. I think I should just make it a random number. But perhaps I can make it a random number within a certain range, because maybe, you know, 32,000 might be a bit too much. Or like 2 billion might be too much. So I'll do 10,000. Oh, and the ID has to be at least 1. I'll make it at least 100. So it would max out at 1 lower than this value. So I guess I do 99. So if it was 0, or if it was this, if it was 9899 plus 100, 9, 4 nines. That's enough for me, I think. That seems like enough. And I will do max attempts, actually. You can try 50 times. And let me do test ID. Okay. All right, so now let me look at their string format thing because I think I want to add zeros for this. There we go. Out of spaces or zeros if integer starts with 0. Okay. So do 0, 3 zeros of padding. So at 10. So the total length will be 10. Okay. Directory. Instance region data. .res. If file path exists, then I will do load file path. Otherwise, terrain instance region data equals that. Otherwise, data will be new data. Takeover path, file path, I think, and then save data at file path. Yeah, okay. We give it the data, and then we would return at that point. Okay. All right. Otherwise, they'll just put an error there. Okay. Cool. All right. So that should work. Should create data here. I is before T, so I would see it show up at the top. All right. So if I were to have this button that method not found, I don't even know what that means. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. So if I were to go here, active region. Okay, well, I do need to fix that. That should be fixed. What? Instance gizmo get node 3D. Gizmo. Okay, so the node is just like a parent thing. It's like a manager for regions. Is that what it currently does? Does it do anything else? It does terrain. It interfaces between the terrain, between the regions and the terrain. Right. It doesn't do anything else. It also tracks target nodes. Okay, so it does a few things on its own, but it's not doing anything specifically with regions that regions should be doing on their own. Okay. So handles, edit, edited node, edited node. Okay, so yeah, this is like that. We also do all of these. If I click nothing, it's nothing. The same thing, it's that. If it's an instance node, it's that. If it's an instance region, is that object? Otherwise, I'll do a warning. Actually, I could do a toast, I think. How do I do this? There we go. Okay. Do that. Okay. Now here it does have active region, which is definitely incorrect. It would have edited node and then edited region. Okay. Just goes away. That goes away. Okay, cool. All right. Now gizmos would need something here. Does this have active? It does. So I definitely have to have region stuff here. So the Node 3D has to be a region. And if not, instance that. What's the problem up here? These have to have a Node 3D? Wait, really? No. No. Fine. I just have to check some names. Right, this should be the only names that could possibly override it. Fine. It should actually be the terrain. Yeah, probably. So both of these can have it, but there will be different things. Also, cached collision meshes. I just realized that. I mean, I guess you're only allowed one, right? Basically, I want to be able to click the node and see all the regions, and then click a triangle face from a region, and then it would select that region. I guess I'll just try both of these. And if we don't have one of them, we have an instance, we should have a region. Which, yeah, it needs to have a region. And if I don't have a region, then I should just be doing Well, I mean, if I think about it, the node doesn't have any. It actually is just this one that has it. Yeah, it's literally just instance region. These are the only ones that have it. But I can have a bunch of regions. So this actually needs to be a dictionary. But I do think I need that at least. Some things this is used for. Yeah, the project terrain and yeah. Mapping the vertex. I need the instance from that. I guess I'd actually say if not, then what is this for? It's used down here. Okay. Instances for that. Mesh vertex ID. What? Weird. What? Wait, I'm really confused about this now. Oh, the Right, the collision mesh is the visual mesh for that vertex. Now I get it. I thought it was like pulling like the mesh for the like the faces. No. No. It's a custom thing. Okay. I actually don't even have to call clear, because I just resize it and then I override everything. So I don't even have to do this. Okay. Just return nothing. Okay. Okay. Right. I think that should all be set. I'll just reload project and see what it thinks. All right, no errors so far. Of course, the toolbar shouldn't be showing up for this. Toolbar should be different. But if I were to add a region now, and I will lock that. And then I would click here and do update regions. Now if I click, oh, they are here. They're really hard to see though. Okay, so it's not really working right now. Oh, I guess this would actually be that code instead, which now this should, awesome. Cool. Index out of bounds, get index 2. So seems quite broken. If not, edit to node. If I don't have anything selected, then we pass. Okay. Yeah, if I select this and I set the edited node, right? I mean, so yeah, this can actually just stay how it was. Clear a triangle marker when deselecting this tool. That's all weird. Cannot call that on a null value? What are you talking about? Equals update mesh. Oh, yeah. There's no region or instance. I can't show anything. Okay. Do that again. Hey, Danilin. Okay, so why is that happening? So it's like coming from here. It's saying there's nothing that I'm adding. Condition array like 0. What? How's that possible? How is that possible? How does it have indexes but no vertices? What? If indexes is not empty, suspiciously empty. It is suspiciously empty. Maybe it has... Let me look here, I guess. No, because this code just shouldn't be running at all. It doesn't matter if it's like... It doesn't matter. What are you talking about? Reload project. That's literally crap. That doesn't make any sense. That's baloney. No, that's just crap. How are you... How? You can't do that. You just can't do that. I'm about to actually explode. That doesn't make any sense. You can't be here with no indexes. And it is getting in there and saying, indexes is empty. That's an empty array. You can't do that. Is empty false? Are we kidding right now? It's empty. I'm actually going to explode. Why am I being gaslit right now? Like straight up, what the fuck? What is that? Crap. Is empty false? Size 0. What? Godot, what the fuck? Return cow data is empty. Size. Return cow data size. Is empty, better check if size equals 0. If it's not, it calls get size. What the fuck is that? Size pointer to a use size? Are we crazy? That's... Take the pointer, subtract the data offset, add the size offset. Is empty, return pointer is null. No. 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 Return size equals 0. You fucking serious? Return size equals 0. That's what this should say. This is a problem with vector. That's a mistake with vector. That's a mistake with vector. Copy on write data is not really an array, I guess. Not really. But this should be returning. That's crazy. How have more people not noticed this? Why was it Name requires its own package manager setup, libs to compile. I don't know what any of that means. That's a mistake with vector. Vector should return size equals 0. Is empty null point, which makes sense for copy on write data, but vector, that's wrong. It should not be calling that at all. To byte array. Can you please mark this one in your head? The brick should hit. Dude. What do you want from me? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what that is. No, this is empty is literally just an alias for size equals 0. Like, that's what it is. That's what we're doing. Alias for size equals 0. Not is empty, size equals 0. If this causes any if this causes any problems with Godot, that's I'm gonna hate it, but that's like, that's crazy to me. Yeah, I know, it's cool. It's a directory. Thanks for the quick fact. So apparently I have that. What is that? Oh yeah, just more bugs. More fun get bugs. Godot bugs. Insane. Insane stuff. Saving and Godot breathe some air. Nope. Okay. Hopefully this doesn't cause any weird bugs with Godot. I sure hope not. Oh my god, I gotta build everything. I gotta compile everything. That's crazy to me. Is empty, false. Size, 0. You're crazy. How did they not catch that in testing? How has that not... How? I don't understand. I think it must be something with like how it's... Let me show you. Let me show. I think this is the... Hello? All right. I think this is what's going on. Add-ons, instancer. So notice how here before it was written with an equals empty, which would create an array, apparently, but is empty would be true and size would be 0, which means setting it equal to nothing. I'm assuming this, when you set its size to 0, if it is 0, then it deletes itself. If you resize to 0, it must just like delete itself. Hey, Yulia. I had a great experience just now. A vector returns size of 0 while simultaneously saying is empty false. So it's not empty and it has no elements. That's a contradiction. And it's because Godot uses the wrong thing in vector. It would call cowData dot is empty, which is empty if it's a null pointer. However, the size can be 0, but there could be data, as in just the allocation for it. So you would have like the data type size, I guess, and then the number of elements, and then that would just be 0, and then there'd be nothing after that. That would say is empty false. Which is still maybe a little weird, but I guess technically correct, because you're just doing copy on write data. So if your data is empty, it means there's a null pointer, but you can still be 0 size. You know what, Cal? That class is also just weird for doing that. That's just weird. The class is also weird, although technically I guess accurate, but vector is empty should be returning size is equal to 0, not is empty. Because you can have 0 data and that counts as not being empty. Can you not write tit cow? I'd appreciate it. No. And I don't need a reference image. You may as well be asking me, have you seen the moon before? Have you seen a tall tree before? Maybe I haven't seen that tree, but I know what a tall tree looks like. That's what I'm saying. All right. Okay. Now, can we be serious and let isEmpty be an alias for sizes equal to 0? And hopefully no other crashes happen. That'd be cool. I feel like that only makes sense. I feel like isEmpty, that just... It only makes sense. That isEmpty is just an alias for running sizes equal to 0. Like, that's literally how everyone does it ever. Cow data is weird. Definitely weird. But I guess it's valid in their own land. Right? Vector was definitely wrong. Vector isEmpty should be the same as saying size is equal to 0. Okay. And now I don't have a world where true is equal to false. Driving me nuts with that crap. Crap. Stupid. Stupid stuff. Okay. Okay. Triangle. I wonder if, like, I should make... Oh no, don't tell me this is happening again. What is that, comma? Stop it. Stop it. Wait. Can I undo that? Oh yeah, no, I definitely want to get rid of that. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So why does that happen? Why does that just decide to do that? Delete. Delete. Delete, delete. Cool, now I can't, like, press W when I, like, when I release shift or release left click and I don't instantly jump into move mode because people are insane. Check Discord. Dude. I said I don't need a reference. I should make that larger, shouldn't I? Maybe it should be larger if it's farther away from me? No, I don't even know how I would make that work. Tough. Dude. Scared? Okay. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, and apparently we're not modifying it anymore. How did that go wrong? Edit to the region, add base. It would be adding vertex. Interesting. Interesting. So what was the problem there? I think potentially, well, there's my data. I was going to say potentially the problem is that well, we're invalid array format for surface, which would be here, is equal to indexes. Invalid array format. Index array length is equal to no index array. Interesting. Very interesting. Red flood, yeah. Holding my mouse over the center was printing. Is it crashing? This is crashing, isn't it? Don't tell me there is critical code that relies on isEmpty returning false for a zero length array. By? What do you mean by? What happened? Nothing happened. He's back. I never left. So is there critical code that relies on bad face? This makes a copy. Right. Okay. Okay. I know what I did wrong. I made a copy of an empty array, which has the funny thing of setting my isEmpty value to be true, false, but also having a size of 0. Funny thing. So that's not cool. It's not cool. It's really not cool. It's really not cool. I mean, I like the fact that it's kind of safe in a way, but it's borderline annoying to use because its behavior is kind of cryptic. You have to make this mistake at least 3 times. This is the 3rd time I've done this. You have to make this mistake at least 3 times before you finally figure out the correct way to be using a packed, to use packed arrays. Now, you don't have this problem when you're actually writing C code because you can't make this mistake. Or at least you're primed not to, because you want to pass around a reference to your vector. You don't want to pass around a copy of your vector, right? You're not going to be storing your vector to a different name like I was in C, because you just have it. It's given to you as a reference. And if you wanted to make a reference with a different name, then you would say, you would do like that. Right? You would put that ampersand there and that ampersand symbol there, and you would have it. You would write it like this. You do something like that. So it's really difficult to make that mistake when you're writing C code, but when you're here in GD script land, the Wild West, there's nothing to stop you from unintentionally making a copy. The thing that really gets me is, I believe I said while I was writing it, this creates a reference. This makes a reference. Because arrays and dictionaries, that's what they do. The default behavior... Can you guys stop talking about that? Please? Stop. They specifically make it so that when you pass around arrays and dictionaries, you're always given a reference. You have to explicitly make a copy when you want to copy. For the packed array types, they literally write the word array in there. Those are not those are aggressively copied. Those are copied all the time. If you put packed array in your signature, you're getting a copy. You can't modify that. So okay, so never mind. If it's a parameter, it is always passed by reference. But it will aggressively copy when you assign it to a different variable. It copies it, guaranteed. Which, if we're being honest, kind of means the duplicate method is redundant. It is always duplicated. It's always duplicated. The only time you would be duplicating it is if you want a method to get a copy of your value. Then you would have to say duplicate. Or you could just say copied array equals packed array. Right. To update a built-in property of this type, modify the returned array, and then assign it to the property again. So this is not the case for built-in properties and methods. It's annoying. Destroy his bed. Yes, he has. The bed sheets were all the way up, and now they're all the way down. Okay. What the hell is all this? Nothing. Those are just nothing problems. Okay. Right. Reload scene. Line 26 and line 106, apparently. I'm making a mistake there. So why does it not have the data? Why doesn't it have the data right now? In line 106. Who's calling get vertex count? This guy, okay. If not, instance return. So here's the thing. The instance has to be set when it's loaded. Which means it does have an instance, but it wasn't given the data, which isn't correct. I guess I am calling update gizmos, but no, this should be stopping before that. No. I guess this can happen here. How does that happen? How does assign region call and then set up terrain fails to run? Let me do load region data. Let me go here. Okay. Loaded data, and then it's null. How does that make any sense? Oh, region data. Okay. Right, that makes sense. That error is really buried. Okay. Oh, my texture is a normal mapping. What do you mean in my face? Why? Why is that in my face? Fan Zelda game built on top of Breath of the Wild running on Linux. A fan game. Yeah. Index array length equals no index array. P index length. Shows that the index array is empty. Well, yeah. Index length. Mesh surface make offsets from format. Okay, well, I guess I'm still back to the same error again. It's going in there. That comment is staying. Because that doesn't make any sense. Why is it still doing it? Are we fucking serious? I'm gonna fucking lose it again. What's happening? Size is 3, and it's empty. All right. I gotta call duplicate to do anything with it. I see. Just kidding, I don't. That doesn't make any sense. Is it because I didn't rebuild it? So there is code, possibly, that relies on the side effect, the mistake, rather, that a size 0 array is not empty. Or, yes, is not empty. How did they manage to do that? I saw the copy method, which checked is empty before it would make a copy of it and reference that. I don't understand what is that change. Okay, that change I made must have broke it. That change must have broken. Guys, why you gotta chat so much when I'm like literally being messed with? Godot is messing with me. They have crafted the most obnoxious array vector thing ever. It sucks to use in GDScript, and it's written incorrectly in C. It's written wrong. It's literally written wrong. Poor guy. Important. I don't make any money from this, and I never will. It's really a non-commercial personal project done for learning purposes. Time splitters rewind. Yeah. They fucked up. They did. Their packed data type misbehaves when it's an empty array. It just misbehaves. And I was trying to be cool and smart and like making the diff not look crazy, but also making it so I don't have to write some prefix in front of index and vertice all the time. I mean, I could copy all the methods in there, but now we'd have like 3 layers, right? I'm starting a node. I'm like, hey, what does add vertex do? Oh, it just calls this function. All right. What does add vertex do? Oh, it calls this function. All right. Well, what does that do? Right? Oh, did you manage to say the best selling game every year? It's because Halo sucks. That's why. It's because Halo sucks. 343 sucks. Halo could literally have stayed like the game that you don't want to release your shooter game in the same year as, because you would be second place. If there was a Halo game coming out that year, you were second place. I'm gonna just type that with no typos. That is an achievement. For you. Sorry. That really pissed me off. Yes. Come on, man. That's the spirit. I am literally abused. I'm literally abused. I already feel like just done with it. I was mad for maybe like 5 minutes just now. And I already am like, oh, whatever, you know? Usually I could go on for an hour before I'm like, all right, it's over. I got mad. I feel like before I even started to like really get angry about it, I already feel tired being angry about it. Oh my god. Godot is a piece of work, man. I will say this, it's still probably the best game engine ever made. I don't think I've actually said that before, but I think at this point I can probably say that. As it fails to close, likely a result of the fact that a size 0 array is also not empty. But now it will be. We're going back. But it's just some... There's some stupid things. It's the annoying kind of stupid thing, where it's not like you're struggling at a high level to figure out how to do something, like, how do I load a scene, you know? It's not like that. It's like, here's a data type that is always by reference until you make a copy. Air quotes. Which is a lie. That's a lie. When you start trying to do something advanced and low level, I run into so many issues with Godot. And it's because of ridiculous things like this can be empty and not at the same time. So let me go back to is empty. Let me go back to that. I'm assuming that snippet of code I saw let me go find it. This snippet of code it would be, sorry, is empty? Is it used here? This. Right? Here's an example of what it's doing. Is empty. It means that this vector is null. There's no pointer. There's no write pointer. There's no read pointer. There's no allocation. Not that it's empty, but that it's literally nothing. So on my side, when I'm running .isEmpty, that actually is incorrect. I shouldn't be doing isEmpty. This documentation is wrong. It should be returns true if the vector has no allocation. But I believe it should always have an allocation when we're in GDScript. It's weird. It's definitely really weird. Okay. And this is the weird thing. When I print it, I have to call duplicate? Why? Why do I have to do this when I didn't have to do this before? Why is that? What's happening? Something is just weird about this now. And it's really annoying because I'm spending all my time at this point trying to figure out why the code that I had written before just doesn't work anymore. What did I change? It's back to normal now, right? It's back to normal. I'm genuinely just disturbed at this point. All I did was move it in a different object. And suddenly it's behaving really weird. It's empty when I print it. When I duplicate it, it's not empty. The size is greater than 0. And I'm giving nothing. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to let the region save everything on its own. And all it's going to do is when you call load data, it just copies it into itself, and that's all it does. That's all it does. Or not. I don't understand what's going on. This is really weird. Why moving essentially, okay, here's the thing. Quite literally, effectively, all that should have done would be the equivalent of changing the name of the variable. I change the name of the variable, and suddenly it can't print, it can't decide if it's empty or not, even though size is 0, which I saw the code why. It can be 0 and also not empty. It's crazy to me. I have to call duplicate to pass it into an array. I have to call duplicate to print it. Effectively, the only thing that should have changed was I basically just changed the name of it. How is this already done building? What? No. 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 No, you... What the fuck? What's happening? No. No. That should be like 10 minutes. That should be 10 minutes. What's the command to delete the files? What's the command? Because apparently -- clean didn't do it. And why is the command a flag? Why the flags commands? I'm gonna explode. I am actively exploding. How? All right, there it goes. I heard they open sourcing Godot console tools. What does that mean? Who? Godot is open source. I don't... Something's missing, I think. GitHub AAP librw lunatic.org. What? I'm having ghosting issue in the normals. ghosting issues. What a waste. What a waste of a day. Genuinely. What a total waste. This is competing for the most ridiculous thing ever. I moved the array to a different data type. Or I added parent dot to the front of the array, and suddenly it breaks. Suddenly it doesn't work anymore. It literally doesn't work anymore. It is weird and like strange. They fucked up. They seriously implemented an awful array system. It doesn't work. Why is that never come? It just wasn't scrolling down. Okay, I don't. Did I scroll up? I guess I scrolled up. Okay. Family will hear you. Yeah. So? Shame. Whoever wrote this line, shame on you. That is an awful, awful bug. Whoever wrote this line, you're crazy. Pointer equals null pointer. No. 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 Like, what is this? Let me even do a search on our files. It is used for vector and string. Use string. Let me look at this. This is the header file, by the way. We just have global functions. Would you bet they use... Oh, okay. Okay. So they got it right here. Length is equal to 0. Return pointer, size -1 or 0. Yeah. So the F-bombs, dude, I can swear. Especially when it's valid to swear. This is insane. In vector, this is like insane. With family. How old do you think my family is? I don't have any toddlers walking around. Yeah, 5 years. Yeah, no. No. There's but 2 people in this house younger than me. And it's not by much. String. string. Car string T. You know, I think at some point these guys just thought, you know what? I don't know what they thought. I don't know what they thought. I mean, it's not a big, like, immediate family. But okay. So, to get around the weird stuff, I'm just going to copy the functions into data and let data deal with it. Actually, no. I need to figure out how to make it work with the way the code is currently written. Or with the structure that it's currently has. It's just wrong. The behavior here is wrong. It is simply wrong. Okay. So the rebuild definitely helped a little bit. At least now is empty, has returned. Or actually, rather, if not. Sorry. My mistake. So now it's going to misbehave. Well, the vertices are still there. Interesting. Okay, interesting. Interesting. This still doesn't work. That still just doesn't work. Which I don't know why. I don't know why that doesn't work. I have to duplicate it to print it. Apparently. I have to duplicate it to pass it to other things. It's really, really weird. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to delete that. That was weird. Okay. And now I'm just going to reload the scene. Alright, there it is. It's popped up. Select, select, select. Okay. Alright. Okay. This one still doesn't work right now. Clicking and dragging is definitely very wrong. That's for a question. This project by the creator of Godot himself that was supposed to be commercial products, but failed. Commercial products around Godot. What does that mean? All console platforms, 10,000 a year? What does that mean? Um, so I have to go and look at everywhere that I call indexes and make sure that I am using it appropriately. I can delete that now, I think. Sort indexes, index array, it's nothing. That's fine. Okay. Now to make sure that everywhere that I use vertices, I'm using it appropriately. So I can read from it. That's fine. Writing is fine. But it's when I provide it to something else, it has to be duplicated. Here I don't have to. See, this is the weird part. Why does this one need to be duplicated and this one doesn't? That doesn't make any sense to me. Was it the size thing again? Is that still the size thing? If I hit enter and then I just hover over this, this should... Okay, yeah, so it's failing again. Okay. So this one has to be duplicated. Don't know why. Anytime I pass it to a function or anything like that, I have to duplicate it. I can read from it, that's fine. I can call things on it. Why does this one not have to be duplicated? Why is this one okay? See, this is something, this is a bug with either how it's compiled or interpreted, I should say. Where this somehow avoids, or this can be picked up by some kind of optimization that makes it work when I pass it here. This cannot. This I have to explicitly copy whenever I give it to something else. Okay. Let me go ahead and figure out also, I don't know why the vertices are like all gone now. I have like many of these and only one of them got saved. Okay, so let me figure out why this is just not clicking and dragging. Porting your project to consoles. I don't even know what that means. Like you would pay them $10,000 a year to port? I mean, that sounds cheap. But if it's like, I pay $10,000 a year and people can play my games on a console, that's weird. It's definitely, but if it was the first thing, that's a weird way to set your rate. You might say like this much money a month for us to work on a port. No, for them to port it, it's weird. It's a weird rate. I think typically if you do something like that, you would come in and say, here's how long we think it'll take to port your game. We'll be like, all right, give us some information about your game so we can make an estimate. We say, all right, it's gonna take us 2 months, and here's what we'll charge you to do that. But just going out and advertising and like I said, that if that is what that means, that's a weird rate. 10,000 a year sounds really cheap. Because that's like if it takes less than a month, they charge $1,000. That doesn't sound like... That doesn't sound right. A tool that automatically ports it? That also doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I don't know. That is all just a little weird. Okay, what was the error? I think those errors are like not real. Yeah. So yeah, let me try to figure out what's going on with the gizmo thing. It's probably like set handle. Oh yeah, it's this. Okay. That'll fix it. Okay. Okay. Cool. Oh man. Yeah. Genuinely mad about that. So I hit save. Update scripts class already exists. Okay, that's just nothing. That's not a real thing. So if I hit reload scene, I should see this still be here. Alright, cool. It's still there. How to reload the project should still be there too. Which it seems like it's crashing again. Yeah. I don't know what that's about. Ugh. Okay. It's gotta be something in my code somehow is doing that, right? Yeah, so it failed to come back. Invalid data. All right. So we are back to this thing where I have to do that to fix it. Though it does seem to be gone. It seems to just be gone. So maybe if I read the scene it comes in? No, it's gone. Okay, so I have to make that work first. That has to work. Perhaps it's the exists thing is kind of wrong. Yeah. So I think if I go look here, it's different. Perhaps I'm supposed to do cache mode ignore. Perhaps I should be passing that. I'm not really sure what's going on with that. Reload scene. Yeah, so it says it's empty. Which is wrong. There's 260 bytes here. Let me try saving it as a T-res. And once I have it working, then I can make it use the regular resource. I think it's just probably meant to be storage. I should probably just write storage. Storage. Identical. But storage makes more sense. So I wonder if it's because I have that equals there is the problem. It could literally be the problem. That equal sign could literally be a problem. I know there's some weird things with loading resources that have arrays that have an equals to something. Like, you shouldn't be doing an equals to anything for an array. Something like that. Hey, reload worked this time. Didn't crash. New data. T-res. Let's go look at it. Okay. So then I'm going to go ahead and draw a triangle. I'll draw 2 triangles. I'll draw 3 triangles. I'll draw 4 triangles. Okay. Now I hit save. So what happens to that resource? There they are. All right. They've been set. So now reload scene, I think, works. Okay, it's there. Loaded data. Now, reload project doesn't work. It's empty when it comes back. It's there. So you're not going to tell me that it just suddenly works now, are you? You're not going to tell me that? Was it the cache mode ignore? Is that what fixed it? Was it this? I don't know. Who knows? But it seems like it worked. Same values. And then in theory I can add more. Do more. Let's save. One, 2, 3, 4. It did not save. It's not saving. Why is it not saving? I guess I need to copy what this one does too. Where, when we're about to save, I tell this to save. Save directory. Save region. Probably. I'm back. Hello. Property hint save file. What is this? All right. Save. There we go. Okay. Shiny mic. Yeah, it's got a light. Okay. All right. I think I'm going to make the vertices a little bit larger and brighter. And I think I actually have to reload the plugin to make that work. Okay, larger still. Okay, they don't get bigger. I have to do this and then reload. Okay. 4 and 2. And do this. And then yeah. Okay. I think this is good. This seems right. All right. So what have I accomplished? I am now saving it to a file, which I guess is something. All right. I guess that's something. Though it only cost me a portion of my sanity and my patience. Oh, here's a good test. Let me add another region. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Add another one. So what happens if I click here? It should just make 2 different ones. But I should be able to click. I guess not. Okay. That's fine. I kind of would like to be able to click though. That would be kind of nice. But I guess for now, I'm totally fine with them being like fully separated like this. That's okay with me. If I have this one selected, I can't click on this one, and I'm totally fine with that. I can only modify this one. Though, maybe if it's not like selected, it could be a bit darker, perhaps. Um, is there like a modulate? Doesn't seem like it. Hmm. What is transparency? It's transparency mode. Hmm. Yeah, whatever. It's not really a big deal, I think. But I feel like at the least, I don't think it should be rendering unless I have it selected specifically. Like I would select this node so I can see everything. I click off and it's hidden. I click here and I can see it. We have to see all the regions. Perhaps I can do that. The region can just have a gizmo visibility tag. It'll be false. When I select a node, I can go through and I can tell all of them to show. So if I click edit, if not object, say if edit in node, I'll do that. Otherwise, if I have a edited region, right? This is probably a mistake that I forgot. If I select my edited object, this would allow me to stop. Yeah, I should stop editing the region for sure. Show gizmos. If I selected a region, do that. Otherwise, there was none. I guess here I say if, and it's a node. Hide gizmos. Otherwise, if I clicked something else, no. And now I just need to make this method everywhere. Node data. What is that? Oh. It's like, that's the tracking stuff. Okay, now in here. All right. All the way down here. I do this, and then if but I did just realize something. So all the way down here, if I don't have this, cache clear, and same thing here, cache clear. Otherwise, I'd be able to select things that I shouldn't be able to select because this would stay in the cache and allow me to click it. But as soon as I have a region, I have to get that cache and make sure it gets cleared if I can't draw anything. Otherwise, I'll be drawing something, so I will resize it and then be adding everything. Cool. Nice. So now I can show it the only one I have selected, or show them all, and it's normal. Should be able to click. I don't have a region selected. But it should, this toolbar shouldn't be available to me. Toolbar shouldn't be available to me. Well, those tools shouldn't be available to me, but I can figure that out. Okay. Damn. Yeah, I'm not really happy with the progress today. It started out really well. I got all this done, which is great. But I'm pretty much nowhere with this tool. I'm basically where I started. Which sucks. What took me so long to get anything done there? I mean, I started around noon on this part of it. I ate lunch. Guess maybe that took me a bit longer. I was thinking about how to represent this and decided I would do nodes. So I guess there's that. They are nodes now. They load their data. All right. Here's what I'm going to do. I don't want to keep streaming tonight, but I am going to work on this off stream. And I mean that. I actually am. So, yeah, that's it for today. I will go ahead and get everything sent in before I wrap up, or as I wrap up, or the wrap up, whatever. Put all the add-ons in. Anything here that I probably want? Yeah, I have the two regions here now. Okay. Do I have a load step here? I do. I will have a load step. Okay. Yes. No. Split that. Cool. Oh, and now that I actually made it work, this has to go back to being binary. So load region data, regular regular res, and that's that. Okay, so it'll say new data. We'll go ahead and delete those. And hopefully, Triangle still kind of works. Okay. I hit save. Reload project. Pull the commit where it's not fixed and try again. What do you mean? And we loaded. Okay. Success. Regions, region IDs. Load region data. Sign, update, load. Show gizmos, hide gizmos. If I add a node and it was a child of this one, then we assign it to ourselves. Turn instance regions out of node 3D. We're not saving the data. We're saving it like that. Then, oh nice, it actually tracked that this was a rename too. 79%, cool. Good, that's what it should have tracked. And this one should be a new file. Or this was modification, so when I click edit, I'm just managing gizmo stuff. Gizmos. We now have an edited region instead of that. And this was a new file. And then those got larger, brighter, and more opaque. Cache changed. How did I write all this? How is that valid code? How is that valid code? That's really funny. Add a child. Okay, let's take that off of staged. Okay. Alright, and then the binary files. Alright. I'm not happy with the progress, like I said. But I am going to continue working this. I just don't want to stream it. It's too dark. It's not very good. And it's different, you know? It's a little bit different working on it in peace versus streaming it. Okay. And I'm genuinely at the point where I kind of need to prioritize working on it over making a stream. Okay. Store region tries as resources and region nodes. Regions are now nodes in the scene tree and can be organized anywhere as a child of the instance node. And then base data is saved to binary resource files next to the terrain data files. And then this will allow me to have those setting files and just modify them in the inspector, so I don't have to have a menu, anything like that. How dare you? This is awesome. Remember the time where I helped you with all this? What? You're gonna have to remind me. I've done so much and I'm so tired right now. And then just update gizmos to display when nodes are selected. Alrighty. Cool. Well, that's it for tonight. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. If I come back tomorrow and I'm not done with the tool, I better be done before lunch. Let's say 2 p.m. for me. I better be done before 2 p.m. I have to start using it by 2 p.m. If I'm not, I gotta give up on it and just start painting by hand and doing it that way. Which really sucks because I'm obviously gonna have a lot of intersections. I could probably have the painter do a check. I can probably write that in and have the painter do a check. Give up on what? The tool that I'm writing. So I can draw an area on the terrain and then click populate and set a lot of parameters. Just so that I don't have to manually paint it by hand. I basically just draw a big box and I say, put the stuff in there. And it should just place it exactly how I would want it to be placed. One of the big ideas is consistent densities around the map. So not one area of the forest is going to be particularly more dense or look any different than any other area. But of course, since I have the region shapes, I can also draw regions with slightly lower density. So I could say, all right, on the edge of this, I can draw like a new edge, or like I draw like a central forest region, and I can draw an edge alongside of that with a slightly lower density. Or just a lower density. Or then I can just go click that dense region and then manually paint in some lower density stuff. You think Godot already has that? No. And that's terrain 3D. Godot doesn't have anything about for terrain. Which I think is probably good. I think it's good that Godot doesn't have anything built in for terrain. That's such a big thing, it may as well be made separately as a dedicated thing by someone else. 200 megabytes? What? I don't know what that means. Anyway, I gotta wrap it up. Goodbye, thanks for watching. Be back tomorrow. Hopefully with a tool that I can start using, or at least I only have a small couple things to add before I can use it. Alright, good night, goodbye.